We are back live. I'm kind of tired today. Still a bunch of stuff to get done though. I think we're gonna see. I'm gonna try to get at least an initial version of this binding out. Uh, and then there are a few other things I gotta look into today as well. But let's see if we can get this done first. What's wrong with this thing? Static int. This should be PyObject. Oh. You return null for this thing? No, you can't. Py. Py long from void pointer of null. Wait, returning type PyOb star. This is star. Apply. Redefinition. So you can't redefine this thing. You can just do this. That works. One M, one worker, we're good. Seg faults, huh? Okay. Super, I didn't see your previous message if there was one. If all I see is what's here. Yeah, that's seg faults. Isn't this what we have? We have this prototype, right? Var args, keyword args. I think that's fine. Is the signature wrong? Do you ever heard of any OS distro, especially no, you just use whatever. There's no like, you don't need an operating system for that. Like, if you want to run stuff that runs on Windows, you use Windows. Otherwise, you use whatever Linux you want. Generally, Ubuntu is the easiest out of the box. Well, I can just see where this is seg faulting, right? I forgot I can do that. If pi long check of val. Line 7. Ah. Really? NumEms doesn't get that's weird. Thought we did this. Binding.shared numems equal numems. Do I need to pass like empty args or something? Maybe there's a reason for this? Let's see. I didn't think there was. Now you should be able to just call this thing. Key is numems. Sparks. That's really weird. So something definitely is not getting passed correctly. Is it the signature? Hang on. Do you need this args? Can I just do this? Math Q args. Can I just do this thing? Runs. What did we get? Shared method, bad call flags. Python C API signature. Parsing arguments and building values. Working on custom Linux-based environment. Yeah, I don't see how I don't see how there's any way you're gonna get there's no way you're gonna get native support for PC games working. Like the most you're gonna be able to do is run stuff. You're probably just gonna end up running stuff via Proton, which is literally built into Steam on Linux. More like a college project. Yeah, an operating system is not a college project unless you're absolutely sure you know what you're doing. Unless you're Torvalds, I guess. I mean, heck, I started Neural MMO as an undergrad project. Yeah, like, what are we, like 8 years later? Turned out to be kind of hard. Good luck. Oh yeah, you learn plenty. You're setting yourself up for something very difficult, but yeah, you'll learn a lot of stuff. If that's your goal, then yeah, go take on like the most challenging things you possibly can. No reason not to. What is the damn signature for this thing? Pi object module. Is this how it works? Do you need this module? I might have messed up. Hang on, what's the signature on like these? Yeah, it's got this self thing on it. Which is the module, I guess. Okay, I messed that up. My bad. I don't know if you can just have keyword args either. So I think we'll keep the signature. I have team. Are you all like good low-level systems devs? So like building an operating system is technically like, yeah, there's an operating systems course you can take at Stanford that'll take you like 40 hours a week, and you kind of build an operating system, sort of. I don't know, I'd probably have fun with it, at least. Low-level dev is great. Though it gets more fun the better you know what you're doing. Okay, so this is the signature. What did I do wrong here? My object, you have to add it here, dummy. So that builds. Hey, we run. Cool. I didn't think that we had sub-processes, though. So why is it stalled? Like, what happened? M's, workers. Vec multiprocessing. So this can go to native, can it? And then if this goes to native, we can actually put a breakpoint in here. Okay, so yeah, you do get the state. This is just a pointer. This is a thing that you technically have now. So now what we can do is like, I can do like state equals self.cState or whatever. Yeah. And now I do have to unpack this custom. So you will need Python API shenanigans. Just grab the env code that I use. Step. Unpack env. Yeah, so you can't reuse this directly because this is double. Let me see how bad this is. So you want this here on init, right? You do like init grid or whatever. And then this key is just going to be like state. And then we go and get the code for unpack env. So I can see API, handle object. Yeah, it's something like this. Handle ob. And then you just do state. State. Yeah, that's pretty well it. And then one is error, so we do like this. Okay, so this gives you state. Let's see if this runs without blowing up. Yeah, so that runs without blowing up. Cool. So now all we have to do is we just have to reformat some code essentially. We just have to reformat a little bit of code. Let me see what the current one looks like. state, create maze level. Yeah, so this is get state. So I can pretty much just do this code in the shared, right? And then all this has to do is randomly pick an env on reset, and whenever it's done, that's not too bad. We can do that. We'll have to figure out what we want to change with this for curriculum learning, but this will be enough for me to show Aaron, and this shouldn't take me very long. Let's say I finish this by 6. That gives me time to check. There's one other thing I want to spend like an hour on maybe, and then hopefully we can actually get a little time to figure out what's wrong with our machines and set up experiments and all that jazz, because there's still some stuff we have to figure out. And days go by too fast. It's like you need unlimited dev hours in order to get stuff done. Okay. All right, so this is your state. Levels. This should be num maps. So you get num maps here. And then what is size? Size and max size. I guess you need this kind of in both, don't you? But this is pretty easy. What's the, I call it max size. Now we do if size is -1. Random %. How do you do that actually? Five in max size. I think you just assert that max size has to be greater than 5. This could honestly get pasted into the C as well. Well, it will be C, so it's actually very easy to just move this back and forth between this and the grid file. It's not bad. Now the thing that I was trying to figure out, the really basic thing, I think it's just like 5 plus % max size minus 5. Is this it? Or something like this. If this is 0, does it break? Yeah, it does. Oh, I see. We have to make all the maps. What's the rand float, whatever? There's like a common thing people use for this. Yeah, it's this thing. You gotta divide by the rand max. Oops. What's A? One. It gives you a difficulty. You do need an env to, you need a temporary env. So let's just make one. Create maze level. Create maze. What's this rely on? With height. Generate. I think you do want to init the thing. And max size. Yeah, you do want to init your thing here. That's slightly annoying. So you just do n max. You'd set max size, and then you do init grid. And now we can do create maze level and size difficulty I, that's fine. And we do init state on levels of I, max size. And we can do get state okay. Something like this, I believe. So that should gen the levels. And then I think the rest of the logic has to go into the env itself, right? Maybe this will take a little longer than 40 minutes. It's not that bad. Yeah, it's not that bad. I think you need num maps as well, right? Or no, not really. You want to do set state and then state rand percent num maps. The x equals percent n num maps. Slide the x. And then I think the reset condition is in step. Yeah, so you return done here. But you need to reset some stuff. You actually do call reset. Meaning that can't be breaking anything. So we'll just call why does this thing have an extra param? It doesn't. Making shit up. And then you can ignore the other bit. Okay, so I think we debug this and like whatever I broke in here, I think that's all the code. I don't think I missed anything. We will see, but I think that should be about what we want. Really wasn't that bad. Right, so it needs num maps and it needs levels. No big deal. And num maps, and then state star levels. Unknown type state, that needs to be declared, I guess. We'll just move this up to the top. Incompatible type for set state. This wants state star. This is just a missing ampersand. This is ampersand. Num m's undeclared. What I do? This is num maps. Max size. Like this. Oh, yeah, that's just dot. And is there a dot max size on this? There is, right? Oh. And then I don't know how these became colons, but boom. All right. Does this thing run? Or do we segfault? Segfault. I really should just build a debug compile mode into this, because then I wouldn't even have to deal with it segfaulting. I would just get the error trace. It's still easy enough with the way this is, though. I'm guessing I forgot a... Yeah, I'm guessing I forgot some args. Num maps, max size. Yeah, I definitely just forgot some stuff. Okay, so shared env, it needs num maps. This is an invalid arg. And these are all required keywords. Max size. And then, is there not a size param? Yeah, there is. Max map size. We'll call this max size. For consistency. This needs num maps as well, I guess. Kinda doesn't really. Well, we will leave it for now and we'll see, but I think we'll need it in a second. Segfault here. In reset, it looks like. Cannot access memory address. Yeah. .h. Wait, what? 267. Yeah, so this is in set state. It's called from here. This got set correctly, right? Hey, Linky. Welcome. I gotta figure out that freaking cluster status, like, today. I've been putting it off because of all the other shit I've been dealing with, but... Also, yes, start Puffer. Thanks for the reminder. If you enjoy all this stuff and want to help me out for free, just start the repo. Puffer.ai, start the repo. Trying to hit 2K really helps. That's all. Oh, this doesn't get set. Yeah, this doesn't get set. Okay. Right, because I didn't actually unpack. I didn't assign this to the end. I gotta do end state. So end levels equals state like this. All right, we do this. Cool, and we don't immediately crash. Do we actually get any infos back from this thing? I forget whether it just takes a while or not. No, I think there's something still broken. But we're definitely closer. Let's make sure we're actually calling the logging function first. Okay, so report interval. Yeah, this should be getting called. So this is empty for some reason. We definitely log though, don't we? Oh, did we forget to increment n? No, this is valid, right? So this is one path here. We should just make an add log function, honestly. Just make an add log function. Somewhere after these allocates, yeah, like this. Void add log. It's an n. We'll just take the x. This is, yeah, something like this. Tick. Yeah, we'll do that. There should be a second one, which is running out of time, right? Well, now it should definitely be logging. And the fact that it isn't is concerning. I'm not like zeroing this somewhere stupid, right? No, this is fine. Okay, so we just have to figure out where this is going wrong, I guess. Just get a breakpoint into this thing, maybe. Uh, we're not getting here. Maybe this? Yeah, there we go. Step. Where's step? Reset, maybe? Set state. Now, none of this stuff should mess anything up. None of this should mess anything up at all. You're not calling compute observations actually in this, are you? Oh no, it gets called here. It gets called here. Done is false. This is done as true. Reset should clear terminals. Reset does not clear terminals. Right, because you need to wait. Yeah, it gets called here, which is correct. Ah, man. I don't know why this isn't logging. This is very odd. Do we not ever hit add log? What? Red. It's called step. Do we just never step? Vec step self CMs, right? What are you programming? This is the procedurally generated maze environment for Puffer. I've had this for a while. I'm trying to update it to use the native Python C API instead of Python, which will make this thing way more useful for a lot of the, let's say, a lot of the reinforcement learning testing we do. This is a really useful environment, and the Python is kind of a limiting factor right now. So this will make it a lot easier once I get this in place. Do we not increment the tick ever? Wait. Tick. Oh. That should technically still work. I don't know why it wouldn't work there. It's better here, but there should be one agent. Oh, does num agents also have to get set? Hang on. Maybe maybe that's what I missed. I bet you that's what I missed. New to programming, don't know how people make real apps, for loops and if statements, and just print things to the terminal. Well, good news for you. For loops and if statements are bread and butter. Like, there. You might even be able to read this. You kind of need to know what a pointer is. But other than that, I'll show you something cool. I love getting new programmers excited about being able to build cool stuff rather easily. Okay, so this file here is 325 lines of actual code. In fact, it's going to be even shorter in the new version. In the new version, I thought I merged this. Okay, whatever. In the new version, it is... Oh, I guess I didn't update this one yet. Well, whatever. It's like less than 300 in the new version. So let me link you this. This is mostly for loops and if statements. What does this implement? Massively multi-agent snake that runs in your browser. Each of these snakes also happens to be controlled by a neural network. A little bit more code for that one. But yeah, you can build some pretty cool stuff with very simple tools. So point of this stream is I kind of just hang around and stream all my reinforcement learning dev. I'm a researcher. My goal is to make reinforcement learning a lot easier than it is now. And you can build fun stuff like this. Yep, right there. Got it. That's the culprit. I'm just going to hard code it here. How do people make that, though? How to make people make visual applications? Well, I linked you the code, didn't I? This doesn't seem too bad, right? That's it. It's like 50 lines of code with RayLib. RayLib is a very lightweight graphics library. Define some colors, define a struct, set up rendering client, a couple of for loops and an if statement, that's it. Yep. I highly, highly suggest RayLib. It has bindings for every language, pretty much. It's just a very simple API. There's really not that much to distract you or to like confuse you. Just like keep things very simple and you can do a lot. And just keep things very simple. Simple isn't bad. You can get a lot done with simple. Are you supposed to make applications? So technically what I do, this will run as a desktop application as is. You compile it to WebAssembly using mscriptin, which is like a JavaScript wrapper that loads a very small amount of, well, you end up with a JavaScript wrapper that loads a very small amount of binding code around WebAssembly. You don't really need to deal with any of it, though. You can kind of just like write your C and run it wherever. Not every language can do that, right? But languages that you can compile to WebAssembly are very nice because then you don't have to deal with writing a bunch of JavaScript. I wouldn't be able to write the code the same way in JavaScript. I'd have to do something more complicated because JavaScript is too slow. Segfault, lovely. At least now we get something. Why are we segfaulting in CUDA? like for a video chat application, can I make that in pure Java? It kind of depends what you mean. Like, low-level video processing is absolutely not going to be written in Java. Now, if you mean, can you write like a front-end wrapper around like some existing library that's probably in C++, actually it's probably FFmpeg, which is in a mix of C and assembly, and has bindings for other languages, then yeah, then you can do that. If you want to actually write, like, if you want to do video encoding and stuff, probably not. Also, Java is generally not a fun language. I do not suggest Java to anybody ever for any purposes. I also started in Java. It was not fun. How's this thing gonna segfault in CUDA? Compute JE? Would seem weird. Yeah, everyone does that. Java's not fun. The A range. This has got to be like my kernel, right? Oh, I know what I can do. Unaligned T-cache chunk detected. Really? Can I compile this thing with address sanitizer? Or is that gonna like compile Python with address sanitizer? I think I can, right? Extra compile args. Right. I think this is like missing. I think I'm like missing some. Is this LLVM? What's this? System or Python doesn't have ASAN. I already have that. Okay, so that's slightly obnoxious. I've dealt with these before. This is like some weird... It's like some weirdo alignment issue, isn't it? Now I don't get the message. Realloc invalid pointer. I never call realloc. And that code is not changed. This gets callocked. This ought to be fine. And you return levels, which is, yeah, also fine. Does it not like this? That shouldn't be an issue. How is this throwing an error in the CUDA code? That doesn't make any sense to me. How about this? pthread kill implementation. Is this some weirdo thing with the Python API? Oh, this can just literally be any memory bug. Cool. Yeah, so fsanitize would fix the whole thing. Malloc print error. Do we actually have a... See, this doesn't actually give me... Yeah, this doesn't give me anything. Do you need it in link as well? Maybe you need it in link as well. It's worth spending a few minutes to see if we can get this to work, because it would just make debugging everything so much easier. Like, C is genuinely not hard to debug if you have address sanitizer. Otherwise, it's hell. Okay, can I do this? What? Oh, dummy. What? Why did you do this? This is completely wrong spot, dummy. There we go. File arg should have -g in it, right? Runtime does not come first in initial library list. Is this a thing? Not being loaded early enough. Okay. Oops. Why is it still giving me stupid options? Okay, there we go. No, it's not that crashing. I'm getting some like weird stuff happening in Torch. Get device count. Hang on, can I run like any other env? Ooh. I see. Patient state. Okay, that runs. Gotta love how everything in C is easy, everything in Python is easy, and then whenever the two meet, welcome to pain. Yep, so yeah, this works, and somehow the other one doesn't. Maps, max size. Well, I may as well get the pure C demo working, right? I doubt that tells me anything, but maybe. Ah, this seg faults. Wait, this is compiled without sanitize. Shouldn't be breaking on me. Overlay? Yeah, this gets calic, right? Five by five. Seems off. Unless that's what I have in here. There's my main. Yeah, no, with... Oh, no, create maze level 5 by 5. By 11, yep. Psych volts on 4, 1. How does that make any sense? And tight. It's very weird. Pointer. I mean, I don't even need that thing at all. I doubt that's the actual problem. That would be so weird. Okay, that actually came up on the screen. Num maps. Also don't need this anymore. Null pointer passed as argument 1. How? Nth levels. How to do this in the Python? So when I did this here, I create the level, got an init state, size, none was it? Agents, and you get the state. Detected memory leaks. Why does render never happen? Oh, because you have to call render once. What's this demo supposed to do? Is it supposed to be actions of I? No, it's supposed to be moving. Yeah, nothing's really happening. Is it getting reset every time? Yeah, it's getting reset freaking constantly. Oh, moron. There we go. I only made one level though. So how is it resetting? It's not. Yeah. Was that just because I was controlling it? No, it heap overflows. 513. I don't know what's wrong with this stupid overlay, like I'm not even using it. It must just be getting allocated to the wrong size somehow. We're not using it anyways. This seems fine. Now do I dare take control of the puffer? Okay. Yeah, we probably need to fix some things. But before I forget, let's see. Did we remember to call init state after we make the level? Or, I guess that's in binding, isn't it? Yeah, no, we do call init state on it. Okay. Oh, hello YouTube folks. This is currently getting a procedurally generated maze and ported from Python bindings to C bindings so that we can use it as a reinforcement learning benchmark for some of the curriculum learning algorithm dev that has been going on in Puffer. And we're just having a few binding troubles here. Nothing too big. Okay, so and now it runs locally in C at least. Do we actually get a trace? No, we just get p-thread kill. And yeah, this is not a real trace. I gotta be like screwing up the memory in this binding file somehow, you would think, right? Oh wait, is this I? Hang on, isn't this num agents? That could be a problem. No, that's seed. Seed is fine. Init state gets max size. One agent. I really wish there were a better way to get Python to not just eat all the errors for no apparent reason. I guess I could go check whether it happens on init or on step. How do I not get to there? Wait, does it fail right here? That just doesn't even make sense. Yeah, so it's not even... This works, right? Yeah, it is this env. Is it as soon as you load it? How does that make any sense? What if I do this? Surely it can't break then. Interesting. So if you import it, it breaks before you even get to do anything. I don't see how you could possibly be breaking stuff on import. Yeah, this is super cursed. This is incredibly, incredibly cursed. Apparently we have 10 people watching me debug horribly cursed C to Python bindings. Welcome, you masochist. Sadist, maybe. I'm gonna try something that's kind of out there. There is like this niche bug I am aware of. There's this like really niche bug. It would be super weird if this were the issue. I don't even need to do all of them. I just need to do step, honestly. Where's step? Oh, hang on. This returns a bool. No, but that's the agent. Well, this is not supposed to return a bool. How does that compile? Could that be it? I didn't even know you could do that. You don't need to return done. And then this step is going to be undefined because, what is it, binding.h. So there's this really niche bug as well. I don't even know if it's remotely related, but there's step defined, I think it's like some random regex routine in C that can get screwed up. Yeah, that runs, or that compiles rather. Okay, we no longer fail on import. But we still fail. We fail later, but we still fail. Do we get an error message? This is now CUDA. I don't know how we get CUDA errors from that. No, of course we don't get a reasonable error message. We still get this p kill. Why do we get this? Why? And here I was about to, I thought that we'd gotten it. Maybe I should look around for more of those. Do we have any other functions with weird signatures? This is void. This is supposed to be void. I think it's just like render, step, and close and stuff, isn't it? I think that was the only weird one. Yeah, rest of these are void. Step agent's allowed to be a bool. Void reset. Yeah, everything else is void. We rerun the C again, make sure I didn't break anything there. I am sure I did actually. It's gotta be C step. And this is done. This is now auto reset. Yep, so this runs now. Doesn't run here though. Are there any other things that I'm not setting? Like, what else do we set here? What about, like, horizon? I don't see horizon getting set anywhere. It gets auto set from this. Wait, does it? Hang on. Horizon doesn't get set here. Max agent speed, so all this stuff is set. We call this init grid. I'm calling it state. We don't actually set the state of this ever, do we? Okay. Yeah, we don't ever call set state, but then the first thing we should do is call reset, which should do it, no? Yeah, this calls set state. And levels of index. Which should set width, height, horizon, num agents, all of that. Any other weird stuff going on? Max size. Create maze level. Width, height. Width, height. Max size is already set. Difficulty seed. Grid. Nope. I really don't see anything wrong. Also, why is this running in a thread? Why do I get like a random thread kill instead of getting a real freaking stack trace, you know? Now do I go back to the address sanitizer? Okay, where's that LD line? You know what, let's learn something today. What's the reverse search command? Oh, shortcut. Control R. LD. Yeah, that's literally it. I don't know why. Literally never used that. ASAN check failed. Why is it failing in Torch when I'm training in CPU mode? This is failing in get device count. That doesn't make any sense at all. Right? Yeah, that makes absolutely no sense. Oh, and wait, this is with Puffer Pong as well. So you just straight up can't run address sanitizer with Torch, I guess. Yeah, that sucks. Unmap chunk. Unmap chunk. At least it doesn't fail on import anymore. I don't think it fails on like any of the operations related to the env either. Yeah, vec reset's just fine, right? The vec step. Yeah, no, see, it gets through vec reset, but then it fails before vec step somehow. I'm not even doing anything weird memory-wise. I don't think I am, at least. Eucalic num maps levels. I didn't mess up these two things, right? Yeah, you have num maps and num m's, right? So this gets num m's. This one has num maps. Num maps, max size, max size, num maps. My internet's down. Hello, are we back? Internet cut out for a second. Uh-oh. This might be Restream switching servers on us. Yeah, internet's fine. Okay, I think it's back. I think we're good. That was weird. Get out of here, Twitch bot. I built the bots. Man. This is a tough one. This is definitely a tough one. Let me make sure this is exactly how I was doing it before. I didn't miss anything, right? And gets assigned max size, num agents, vision, speed, discretize. And I assign all these things in the init grid function now. Then you call init. Just make double sure. Yeah, these are just there now. Oh, that might be it right there. I just pasted these at the bottom. That could be it. That could totally be on me. Bizarrely slow. Do this. There we are. My bad. Uninitialized variable. I'm trying to think if there's anything I could have done to prevent that. Where does that even factor in? I'm sure that this gets used in a memory allocation somewhere. So I thought I was allocating the memory, but I wasn't because it was 0. That was silly. Let's see whether this does anything now. I believe we had some baselines for comparison at some point earlier today, didn't we? Let me find the graph that I had from earlier today. I think it was this. I think we got like 80% in 100 mil steps before. So we're not doing that right now. I have to see if it's apples to apples though. Also, while we're here, we may as well, we should have a neural MMO experiment still running. Yeah, okay, something definitely wrong. These tests are not, since we added the advantage filtering, stuff has not been working fully correctly. This is still training, but it's not training as quickly as before. But this will pass for interface. So like we can actually test the interface at least. And then I will have to deal with the rest of this. I think we ship this for now. Let me double check really quick. Max map size, no maps. No maps. No, I think this is correct. I think these were the same settings we were using. Not like zeroing out the reward or anything dumb, right? Grid counts. No, that's fine. Okay. Well, we will leave this be. Actually, this is not bad. I'm seeing now that we're only at 100 mil. And this is 0.6. That's lower than before, but it's not like ridiculously low. And it's possible we played with some other stuff in the meantime. All right. Cool. I'm satisfied with that. Cool. So, let me switch gears to something real quick. Do we have Isaac on here? Nah, we don't have any of this stuff set up. That's unfortunate. Let me go get all that. I have to, we shipped some code a while ago on robotic stuff. And I just have to make sure. I just have to make sure that it works the way we thought it did. Because some folks were having some trouble loading it. No Isaac thing in here. I think I just put it in the repo, maybe. Let me go find the exact one. Let me find the link, and then we will go do that. Okay. It's not cover chat, so it's nice and quiet tonight. I don't want to redo the whole container, I just want to get this one thing running. And we'll see if that is enough to run it. What? Let me also find the model that we trained, because we're going to see if we can load that in. I do copy a link. Whatever. We will grab the policy. We having connectivity problems again? Stream shows it's fine, but X now shows it's offline. So this is a animation generation model. It goes through a physics sim. It uses reinforcement learning to correct motions by like running the physics and making sure that it makes sense. All I gotta do on this, just a real quick job, I have to make sure that this thing actually runs the way we expect it to, because some folks using this were having some trouble. A lot of checkpoints. What's the latest one? Three seven. Right. Have to get Isaac Gem. It's annoying. It is quite easy to get, at least. I thought I had it in, yeah, I do have it there, right? Alright, what dependencies did I forget? Probably just the case that this, SimPL sim. Is this a pip install? Is this in the dependencies here? Let me just ask him if he's around. Oh wait, this is the wrong one, isn't it? Yeah, it's not morph. It's whatever. What did he name this? Should be. Yeah, this is me being dumb. What did he call this? No, it is morph, isn't it? This is definitely killing at editing this. Maybe there's a morph add-on? Don't see anything. I can try this one. Yeah, this is set up with Pixie, annoyingly. There's like so many domain specific applications that we could make work. It's just there's like so much sludge to wade through. And this is after cleaning everything up. Takes forever. The unit code loading is kind of funny though. Oh, did I miss a message? Pranav, I don't know when that was from. Did I miss that from a long time ago? No, 4 minutes. All right, I just started understanding RL and wrote an implementation of breakout DQN on your ocean breakout. I want to know if it does a fire reset on its own. Yeah, it'll auto reset. So I forget what fire reset. I think that's the is that when it'll fire automatically? If so, yes. It can't just sit around and like keep the ball on the paddle. Also, the environment will auto reset. You don't need to reset it. You will get the done signal back from the environment, but you will not need to reset it. If that helps. I believe that's on latest version as well. The 2.0 version, it may or may not fire the ball on its own. I forget whether we have that on 2.0. Definitely the dev branch. It fires on its own. Either way, it'll auto reset. Yeah, I missed that for a few minutes. My bad. I had Windows covering the chat up. I have like way too many random projects floating around in my head at the moment. Need to like finish this stuff up, fix the cluster, and set aside some good dev time to fix all the things I've been working on lately. All good, thanks for entering, yep. Where's Gym Torch? Oh, inside VS Code, we don't need that. I thought I had these already, actually. Don't I not, do I not have these already? It's a Gym Torch. So I do need to get that working. Stupid Rust. Maybe I can just do this. Yeah, so this is supposed to be the specific model, I guess, right? Where is the arg parse on this? Yeah, so that's the individual motion file. Eval-ch. Yeah, I need to go get the data files, don't I? How do you unzip BZ2? Interesting. Give it a second, I guess. It's kind of crazy that this works. That's like a ridiculously hard motion. Work? Great, this gives me a tar file. What the hell happened to my file? Okay. Well, whatever the hell that was, didn't frickin' work. Much easier. This looks to be a different format though. It's pickle files, right? I'll have to check back with him. Okay, well, I got this up and running at least. I need to figure out the data. Kyung will tell me what the data format was for this. No big deal. What time is it? 7:43. Yeah, I think we've got this is enough that we'll be able to quickly sort this out tomorrow. send a quick message on that, and then we will, I'll take 2, and then we will do some other stuff. All right, that's set. Use the restroom real quick, and then I think we do also have to fix the damn cluster. So that might be more of a tomorrow morning kind of a thing. We will see. There's definitely still some stuff I need to finish tonight. Tomorrow might be a lot of cluster dev. I'll be right back, and then we'll see what we're going to do. 1 second. Well, of course I checked my texts, and I have more bug messages for stuff I'm supporting. So I'm going to go deal with that one. This one should actually be quick. And then hopefully I'll at least have like an hour to do a little bit of follow-up stuff on the main repo. And we still have some things to fix there as well. Okay. Get the Slack. Find the repo. See if they've given me repro instructions. Or... Okay. Dev branch. Loop of random actions without sampling. It seems that there is no fire reset as the obs remains the same. Yeah, that's possible. I think on the main 2.0, I'm pretty sure that we didn't change it there yet. Without sampling, fire equals 1. If you sample random actions, it should fire. It's just in there as one of the actions it can take. Let me find it for you. Okay, so no op is 0, fire is 1, left is 2, and right is 3 in the code. Yeah. And you're getting ops remain the same? Check if it... I rejected when the sampler gives 1. Oh, okay, I see, yeah. So we changed this in 2.0. It works, I believe, like Breakout does without that wrapper. And then we realized that what can happen is if you get really bad hyperparameters, you can never fire the ball, so you never get any score, and it breaks logging. So I just made it auto fire after that, because it really doesn't change anything with the learning problem, if you think about it. And it just like prevents that annoying edge case from happening. It would be the type of thing where you'd run like a sweep of 50 experiments, and then one would like hang with no data because, you know, you need at least some data to log, and it's just sitting there not firing the ball. But that doesn't happen with good hyperparameters. That only happens if you're like sweeping arbitrary hyperparameters and your model's really bad. Also, the whole code for breakout is, I guess it's kind of long. We did some like stuff on the physics in here, like to improve, because the original Atari has a bunch of physics bugs, so we tried to improve on that a little bit. So there's some extra physics in here, but yeah. 2.0 is current. Yeah, 2.0 is the current version that same people use unless you're trying to do like bleeding edge dev stuff on the version of PufferLib that I'm allowed to break without notice. So 2.0 is now like January, February, March, April, is 4 months behind. Is 4 months behind dev, and we have a lot of cool new stuff in dev. But it's also a mess, and like I need to clean up a whole bunch of stuff before everything is good and stable there, because our release cycles are pretty long. You know, we usually do like 6-month release cycle or whatever, and then there's a lot of stuff in those releases. 2.0 is also the default branch, so that's what you'll get if you just, clone the basic, clone it and like don't branch. Okay, I need this thing. Public, right? I need that file, I guess. Let me figure out where that file comes from. It's this random data file. Oh, it didn't add me to the G drive. Is this in the... It's not in here, it's hard-coded. Alright, whatever. Can't test this until they give me access to data files, so we get a little bit of a reprieve for now. So the main thing, there are a few things I want to do, but really the biggest, most important thing at the moment is figuring out the perf gap we're seeing. Yeah, this episode return kind of just gets screwed up. It's not like anything is horrible early on here. There's a big entropy crash here, but it's already dead by then. This, okay, value loss spike could explain something. I guess I want to just run some basic experiments real quick. So with this, it should definitely be the same. Let's do Pong, actually. Token. This still works. 20 million steps. Yep, this still totally works. Oh, breakout's broken. How'd that happen? Yeah, that's definitely broken. Cool, because I had this working earlier today. Yeah, this is off, so this shouldn't be affecting anything. Horizon of 64. Yeah, this is also the same. This is also, wait, vec native. Multiprocessing. That shouldn't be it. If we can see it here. Ten, 20, 40. That's a weird index. Oh no, that's 2048. Yeah, that makes sense. Why are the first ones on these 0? That's definitely weird. Okay, 0 through this, right? Oh, you don't need to 0 this. This is bad. Yeah, don't 0 this. Ay, caramba. What is this? This thing breaks somehow. Okay. Yeah, so in this case, pull is, these ones are all, yeah, okay. Ep indices. Now it's at 4096. On episode lengths is supposed to be, this is supposed to get zeroed, I guess. Yeah. Okay. 6, 8, 6144. Cool. Eight one nine two rows. So there's got to be an assert there, I think, but this should be correct. This gives you precisely. Like, you're missing one step at the end of this trajectory. But it's otherwise okay. This makes sense. What do I use this for? Oh, that's just logs. Up lengths, up indices. I think we use that. No, we don't. Yeah, this seems fine. We do batch rows. Store all your data. Let me check a couple things. Does this work? Yeah, it does. So this trains. So I'm probably batching something wrong, right? There's probably like some edge case. Yeah, because this matches like the previous solves. Oh, I didn't see that I got insta added to that repo. Let me go do that real quick. Let me just real quick go do that thing. That is a 1 gigabyte CSV. That is impressive. 1 gigabyte CSV. Trade sim. Not in space. Float 32. There's no way this is that silly of an error. Is this actually? I literally told them about this one, didn't I? Where's the end? This? Batch size, mini batch size. Oh my god, batch size 32. It's not even made for the batch size that small, mate. It's not even made for something that small. That's crazy. I guess this one's not. It's gotta be like this or something, right? That looks like it's gonna take forever to run. Yep, that's actually gonna take forever to run. That's crazy. It's like manually loading that file a billion times. We're gonna do like 8. 96. Batch size. This will be like 4. Crazy slow. I think it's like plotting or some crap, though. They haven't tried to optimize this at all. So I'll let them screw with that for a while. I unblock them at least. Back to the real work here. New dev branch somehow. But we know for sure it's some sort of weird data issue, right? Because this one doesn't work. It works with one and not with two. Yeah, so see, it starts working and then it crashes, which is interesting. Do we just have to zero all the buffers? We do dot values, does this work? Nope, that doesn't solve it. Still crashes, so it's not zeroing buffers. It's gotta be like writing the index wrong, right? You would think so. I mean, this is a fiddly little bit of logic. What's my GAE look like? Yeah, this is like simple GAE. There's nothing wrong here. So Okay, so this looks good to me. This all seems reasonable. I don't think there's any trouble you can even get into after you get to the sampling stage, right? You kind of already have all your data by then. I guess, like, technically, loss equals 0, and then you add it though, yeah, loss plus equals, this is fine. Not this thing, right? Batch.index. No, because these indices come from here. These are unrelated. I thought that this was working before as well. It doesn't like suddenly work if I do this, right? No, it doesn't. Oh, actually. Eh? No, it doesn't. Okay, so I definitely had this thing working before. Definitely had this working before. And it still works with one env. as the kicker. So I definitely just screwed up some of this indexing and I'm not seeing it. 8:34, I'm going to give it like a good 20 minutes right now. See if we can find it, and if not, it's going to be for the morning. See how I call this? State O value action. Reward. Very weird. A lot of weird bugs today, though. A lot of weird bugs today. It's not a masking bug. We don't use masking for this. It's gotta be either in store or the way that we're using those indices, I would think. But it seems pretty simple. Try one other thing. Ah, something is wrong there. Something is in fact wrong there. Why the ep length's 55? It doesn't make sense, right? Oh, did the m's get desynced somehow? God. If that's going to be the case, that's going to be pretty gross. That could be up length all at 0. You gotta be kidding me. Well, that's awful. Not multiprocessing safe. Cool. Yeah, that's really bad. Okay, well, we found it. I think we'll even do this. Let's just make sure it works with this as well. We'll push this. We'll run neural MMO. We'll see if we can actually get the thing to train now. I'm pretty damn sure this is the problem, though. So what happened is, since we're collecting trajectory segments, we're kind of assuming they're a fixed length now. I mean, I have outs here. Like, I have ways around this and ways to fix this stuff, but it's going to require a little bit of care. At least we'll be able to test neural MMO tonight. That's the thing. I didn't want to waste a night of having, like, no runs overnight. Yeah, this even looks a little better than the previous. This is good. Okay, advanced filtering, good. Oh, we have to fix the, no big deal. 23% time on the ends without the multiprocessing. But it'll be enough for us to run an experiment. Well, we found that today. Definitely need to up the backprop horizon as well. Completely crashed. Whatever. Did I not commit this file, dummy? Okay, still trains 500K. Good enough. All right, we found the bug. Very good. I'm gonna do a couple more things, I think. We'll see, but for folks watching, since we do have a fair few folks on at the moment, I stream all my dev. This is mostly, it's semi-educational, but also just like watch RL research happen live, I guess. It's a good mix of science and engineering. If you want to help me out for free, start the GitHub. It's all open source. Puffer.ai. It's all right here. Start the repo. We're trying to hit 2K. If you want to get involved with dev, join the Discord. Many of our best contributors now came in with 0 RL experience. Frankly, just having like a decent programming background and being able to write very simple low-level code without making a mess is probably more valuable coming in. And if you want more RL content, you can just follow me on X as well, where I post pretty much exclusively RL content there too. Let's see what we finish up with tonight. Good day overall. Good day overall. Let's see this thing. Oh, did I make score equal to min com prof, I think? I think I did do that, right? Yeah, so I made everything have a score so that it would be easier. Yeah, so there. We'll see how this goes. I guess I can talk through, since I usually end at like 9. I'll talk through a few things with the buffer design. So basically what happened here 1 second, let me just send one message. All right, so oops, here's what happened with the buffer, right? Before, you were getting batches of experience. So you have like this big bank of environments, all right, M's. All right, and then what would happen is like you would get a batch of experience like this, and then you'd get like a batch of experience like this. But they aren't necessarily going to all come alternating, right? So you could do something like this. You know, they come in whatever order they happen to be ready in. So before, I was essentially taking all this data as it came in and putting it into a big flat buffer, but I was also tracking indices. So what would happen is if you got more data from one than the other, you know, maybe this would be like 1, 2, 3, 4, and then you have like 1, 2, 3, 4, whatever. You could actually reassemble them into the order so that like 1 and 4 are contiguous, 2 and 3 are contiguous, and everything is happy. The problem is I don't want to be storing data flat like this now with the new experience buffer design. It makes it very hard to do advantage filtering. So what I have now is we still have the same M's, okay? But the experience buffer is no longer flat. It looks like this. So you have a certain number of rows, and then this is the trajectory segment length. And what happens now is, like, let's say you get your experience buffers. All right, so this is your M's again. And they come in out of order. Let's draw a few more of them this time. What happens is that you fill in 1, 2. So you fill in this with here. Then you fill in this from here. But you've actually filled in all of this. And what happens is as soon as you get to the end of one of these, it just says, okay, we're done. And you say, well, what about all this data? Well, it doesn't account for it. So now you have partial trajectories in here. And that can really screw stuff up. So it's a little tricky the way vectorization is written at the moment. The easiest fix I could come up with for this would be to do a round robin type of a thing. Right, I could just, instead of changing the experience buffer, I could change the vectorization so that it just does round robin. So, you know, then the data comes in like this, and then like this, and then like this, and like this. And with all of RMs, that'll still be nice and fast. It's kind of not bad. I probably could even come up with a smart way to do it. Because, like, so slower M's typically have a bunch of processes. So it's not just like two big buffers going back and forth, it's like 20 little buffers. I could probably even do it so that instead of it having to be round robin, it could be just like you're guaranteed that you get one step from each end before it starts repeating, you know? I could do that. Okay. That's not a bad fix. That's not a bad fix at all. I don't have time to implement that tonight, but that's what we'll do in the morning. Hello, Neural MMO. We're not going to see Mincom Prof, right? Score. Yeah, score's going to be flat for quite a while. I don't expect that to be magically better. It takes a long time to get any score in Neural MMO. It's a very hard env. You see the return go up, so you're getting rewards, but you're not getting scoring points. Points are way harder to get than reward. Only other thing I can do to think to do is look at the network, but I've only got a few minutes. I try to keep my... You know, one of the things I've noticed with all this, the work that I do on this, I mean, I pretty much just work, eat, sleep, exercise. It's pretty hard to keep that schedule if you get out of sync. At least it is for me. But if I keep sleep on schedule, get good sleep, get a good diet and everything, get my exercise in and everything's kind of well regimented, then it's pretty easy to keep working the longer hours. But yeah, tomorrow we will fix this buffer. Fixing this buffer should hopefully mean that we can merge all this good stuff into the dev branch pretty soon, so we return to nice stable dev branch once again. We should be able to start benchmarking advantage filtering properly. And then we can also start messing with the other algorithms that we've been playing with a bit more confidence than before, because that was an issue. Right? We were getting inconsistent results. The really major one I'm looking at the moment is this variant of diversity is all you need. The goal is to learn conditioned policies that are visually distinguishable. So you can kind of tell, you can tell policies, hey, do different stuff, and you'll be able to see different agents doing different stuff, playing differently. It's a good exploration method. It's good for a lot of stuff. I've been working on that. I've been working on the advantage filtering stuff. I still have P3O. I have to get back to that. That is the new advantage function that I've been working on, because we definitely need to replace generalized advantage estimation. And then there are a few other little miscellaneous things around. Oh yeah, curriculum learning. The end finding stuff for curriculum learning. I had to tell Aaron. Let me go link Aaron that real quick. This binding file that we wrote today. Okay. Well, how are folks doing tonight? I kind of just jumped from one thing to the next all day since, when did I start? 9:30, a little before maybe? 12 hours-ish. If anyone's looking to get into RL, actually, one thing that I usually point folks to. We do have this blog here. It doesn't have all the articles. I do like random sort of out there stuff on X sometimes, mostly AI related. But the better ones go here. And this quick start guide in particular is a really way to get involved with RL. I give you a few pretty easy to go through references compared to what's usually suggested. Pretty small number of core papers to read. Some blog posts that are easier to digest as well. And a little bit of my perspective on how I think about RL research too. I definitely suggest that. I'm sure I'm going to have to keep updating that as we learn more and more things, because we know a lot more about RL now than even a few months ago with all this stuff in Puffer. Tomorrow will be fix the vectorization for the new experience buffer, do round robin, fix our servers, make sure the robotics thing works. Hopefully we get some good results back on neural MMO3. And then keep going on the algorithm stuff. Okay, well, I'm going to call it for the night. So, thanks for tuning in, folks. I will be back in the morning. And then pretty much the next, like, 2.5 weeks, I'm pretty much just going to be streaming. Streaming and deving. I've kind of gotten my calendar cleared. And there's a lot of stuff to do on Puffer. So we're aiming towards the next major release. Hopefully in the next month or two. So, yep, start the repo once again. Really want to see this hit 2K. That'd be great.